Really nice calf to start off this next class here. The young lady's almost solid black colored calf, to me, really overpowers this class, not only in terms of muscle mass and dimension, but here's the one that's the most moderate in his frame, the one that shows me the most depth of and spring of rib. We analyze this one from the side and look at him from flank to flank. He's really got a tremendous amount of body, which shows me that this is going to be a really easy feeding type. And along with that, he's the widest skeleton, has the most natural dimension, not only up over top into that loin, but right down into the stifle, one that comes to the top pretty handily for me. A really good pattern calf coming in second. That's a really close second in terms of that muscle mass and dimension. We study him in the shape of his quarter, analyze him in a width standpoint from stifle to stifle. This one's really got some good expression, just doesn't have the extra depth and overall volume that that calf walking out in front of him has today. Young lady's calf that comes in third, really nice pattern calf as well, really stylish and balanced well from side, but a calf that just runs out of gas in terms of width to skeleton and natural dimension. And then we conclude with a pair of calves that, to me, just getting a little bit larger framed, calves that are going to take significantly more time on feed to get finished for us. And along with that, they don't have the added three-dimensional look, just need some more base width, some more natural meat and muscle to them when we have that added frame to make sure they're going to have an acceptable end product on down the road. Let's congratulate those kids on a nice job in this class.
Class 2, Class 3 on deck, and Class 4 in the hole. Class 3, you should be in the makeup area.
really deep class, very competitive from one end right to the other. We've got really good calves standing down there in fourth and fifth here in this class. The young ladies calf that I'm going to start the class with, close placing up here on our top pair. Some differences between the two of them. I give the advantage to the young lady walking out right now, as we've just got a little more moderation in frame, and I think we're going to see a little more advanced growth curve and an easier finishing type of an individual because of that. But these top two really excel this class in terms of muscle shape and dimension. Another slight advantage there to our first place calf, just added dimension and depth of that loin muscle as we study them up over their top. We get behind them, both of them are certainly adequate when we look at them from that rear view and study the thickness to the center part of that quarter. But the calf going out in first, just a little wider tracking, a little more natural dimension all the way through, but a really nice pattern, attractive made calf going out in second that excels our third place calf from a structural standpoint. I'd just like to change this guy and free him up as you put him in motion. Gets a little stiff in his pasterns, carries that stiffness right up into his other joints. A calf that I think is good enough that's going to go on and finish just fine, but from a longevity standpoint, one that I kind of question there how well he's going to hold up by the time he gets to that 1,600 pound range. The calf coming out in fourth, one that we like in terms of that profile and the extension that we see, but a calf that to me just needs to be deeper from the side. Calf that's going to need to have more volume and grow to him to be able to compete. And then the same story with our calf coming out in fifth, just a little larger frame calf, that bigger outline, one that's really going to get pretty good size to him and be pushing well above a comfortable weight for me where we need to be to get him to a logical end point. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice job.
Class 3 is entering the ring. Class 4 is on deck, and Class 5 is in the hole.
We've got a pair of really heavy muscled, moderate framed, just nice, easy doing type calves to start this class off. The young lady's calf that I start the class with, to me, out of the two, puts the best combination of all those things together. Does it for me with the most spring and shape of rib. This one's the deepest and most open in his chest. I think going to be the easiest feeding type. And when we get to that end point, one that I think is quite easily going to open up a carcass with just a tremendous amount of muscle, which is what we're really looking for out here today, as these animals have now become a beef animal, and we're simply looking for ones that are going to have muscle, that are going to go on to feed and finish in a timely manner for us to be a profitable. The young man's calf that goes out in second, a really close second, just not quite that extra depth and dimension through the center part of his body. Young man's calf that went out in third, then one that I really like from a standpoint of profile and dimension, but a calf that just doesn't have that extra weight, base width, and muscle that we see going out right ahead of him. Young man's calf here leading out now, to me, just a little bit plainer featured. I really like this one when we study him from a shape standpoint when we get behind him, but he really tapers off in that loin, just narrows up quite a bit as we get towards the front end and closes up into that heart and chest floor. Pair of calves that we conclude with, to me, just larger outline calves that don't have the base width or the muscle dimension to be able to compete, ones that are going to take a little bit longer on feed and end up with carcasses that don't have quite as much muscle as those more moderate framed calves. Let's congratulate these individuals on a nice job here in this class.
Class 4 is entering the ring, Class 5 is on deck, and Class 6 is in the hole.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, as we're sitting here watching, I know we've been very liberal as far as having the bleachers out and allowing the fans, parents, grandparents to sit here and watch. But I've also noticed, too, we don't see a lot of people getting up and leaving as their kids or grandkids leave. Please make room for the immediate family. You know, if it comes down to it, we're going to push the bleachers in. So if your kids or grandkids have finished, we please make room for the next group of kids, family coming in. We don't need people standing outside missing their kids, so I appreciate it. Please make sure you got your mask up at all times, too, while we're inside the show arena. Thanks.
We've got another really competitive class from end to end here with some good calves from top all the way down through, I guess it'd be sixth place. Really good pair at the top end. When we start analyzing the big things we're looking at here, first and foremost, we're analyzing muscle. That's going to be the most important trait all day through this dairy feeder show. Once we get that down, we're going to start sorting the differences. If we don't have a major difference in muscle, we're going to sort it based on moderation of frame, then based on volume and capacity, shape to that center portion of their body, and then we'll go with the ones that are skeletally correct and have more eye appeal. And that's where we get the advantage, I think, in the young lady's calf that starts. Both these calves are certainly adequate in that muscle mass. We've just got a more attractive appearing calf that I think sets in motion a little bit better, a little more freer and easier on the move in that first place individual, but a really good pair of calves to start your class. The young lady's calf that comes next, one that catches your eye with that attractiveness, a color pattern that we see when he first hits the ring. He really grabs you and he screams muscle from the side. We get behind him and study his shape at top, though. This one tapers down a bit in that loin, just doesn't have quite the amount of extra width and dimension there up over his top as that pair of calves. And then we just go one notch farther down on this calf in fourth. Same thing with that dimension of loin. He also gives up just a bit in terms of openness of chest and the amount of rib cage and capacity that he carries. But one that I do concede probably carries more muscle than the calf going out right ahead of him when we study him strictly from that hind quarter view. The calf coming next, one that gets just a little more bolder in his feature, but he doesn't have the extra amount of muscle to go along with it. Just a little bit bigger jointed, a calf that I'd like to just clean up that way, make him a little freer as we get out and go. Young lady's calf we conclude with, just a bit shallow for me from flank to flank, calf that I really think is attractive, up-headed, really neat in his lines, but a calf that just simply needs to have more lower one-third when we analyze him from flank to flank, and we get him filled in, give him that spring of rib, a really good calf that I think will feed very well for the young lady. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on another nice job.
Class 5 is entering the ring, Class 6 is on deck, and Class 7 is in the hole. Sixth place is Kristen Roberts. Fifth place is Zoe McCarney. Fourth place is Ashley Markley. Third place is Lauren Davis. Second place is Charlie Neese. And first place is Charlotte Neese.
Really good calf to start this class off with. It just simply, to me, quite easily the most complete one in the class. He covers every dimension and does it the best of every calf out here. He's the most muscular when we view him from behind. He's got the most width and dimension to his top. He's got the most spring and depth through that rib cage. He's the most open in his chest. He's fighting the halter a little bit, so he can't get a really true read on putting him in motion, but his angles and his joints seem to be adequate to me. I think just a really complete individual. A really attractive pattern calf when we view him from the side. Here in second place, one that's presented very well. A calf that to me just doesn't quite have that added little bit when we get down into his stifle. We study that shape of top, just gives up a notch, but a really good individual there in second as well. Young man's calf in third, just a bit plainer featured, not quite as wide from stifle to stifle as the two going out ahead of him. Calf that doesn't have that straightness at top, that extra eye appeal from the side, just tapers a little bit from hooks to pins, wants to get off a bit in that hock. Young lady's red and white calf that comes next, another one, plainer featured, just a little bit flatter sided. I'd like to just open this guy up through that center 1/3. He gets really narrow as you watch him track as well, which tells me he reads really good through the center part of that quarter, but does not have near as much muscle carried down lower, just gives up too much dimension. And then we conclude with a calf that's very similar made, just a little bit narrower in his overall makeup, doesn't have that added dimension, the loin as well. A calf that I think we need to belly down, give him some extra fill through that center 1/3 so that we know he's going to be the easy feeding type. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on another nice job.
Class 6 is entering the ring, Class 7 is on deck, and Class 8 is in the hole. For 5th place is Jamie Miller. 4th place, Gracie Rodman. 3rd place, Grayson Littletown. 2nd place, Morgan Cook. And 1st place, Morgan Cook.
We start this class off much the same as the last one, with just a really complete individual to come to the top, and he does so quite handily. If you can tell, those that know something about both the beef or the dairy industry, once these calves get neutered and they become a beef animal, we're looking for the ones that exhibit the most beef characteristics. You paint this guy solid black or change his color somewhat, you could pass this one off for a beef animal. He's got that much muscle to him. He's got that much stoutness of feature. He's got that much shape and spring of rib. He's that open in his chest floor. Just a really complete animal that excels this class. I really like the amount of muscle we see in this calf coming out in second. From the center of his quarter through, he probably carries just a bit more than our first place calf. But if you can work with me, there is such thing as too much, and this guy's just a little bit tightly wound and too round in that muscle pattern, and it's changing him from his structure. It's really tying his hip up, making him really labor off of both ends when he gets out and moves. But we've got to appreciate that muscle. He's certainly structurally sound enough that he's going to be able to finish here in the next 8 or 9 months, but a calf that we just need to clean up in those joints and loosen him in that structure. The young man's calf coming third just gives up too much in terms of overall width. He's a nice patterned calf, has plenty of spring and shape to that rib cage, which tells me he'll be an easy feeding kind, but a calf that's just not going to have as much muscle when it's all said and done as the two leading out ahead of him. The pair of calves we conclude with, simply bigger framed, larger outline calves that don't have that extra dimension. We probably have a tick more spring of rib, a little more overall volume in our fifth place calf versus the one going out ahead of him, but the calf coming out in fourth, to me, puts a better combination of traits together. He's got a bit more muscle up over in that loin edge, calf that just has a little bit more extra width to skeleton all the way through than our calf that concludes the class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a fine job.
Class 7 is entering the ring, Class 8 is on deck, and Class 9 is in the hole. Fifth place is Ryan Dick. Fourth place, Allison Arnold. Third place, Carson Lewis. Second place, Joseph Kohler. First place, Reese Cook.
Really a good pair of calves on the top end of this class. Pretty close placing between the two of them. I see just the more complete individual with the young lady's calf that starts. Granted, we put him in motion. I'd like to loosen this guy up just a little bit. He's just a little bit tight as we watch him get off of those back legs, but a calf that to me just really comes together as the most complete when we study that muscle shape, add in the dimension of rib that he's got, the completeness of all those features combined. He just has a bit of an advantage over our second place calf in terms of that lower base width, in terms of that dimension up over his top and shape to that loin, in a calf that reads just a bit deeper and easier fleshing to me as well. But a really good pair to start. I certainly appreciate the muscle and expression that we see in the forearm as well as down into the stifle on this calf coming out next. But here's one that we also really need to change in terms of that structural makeup. A calf that just wants to roach in that top, just get a little bit off all the way down from that hip structure into the hock and right into those pasterns as well. A calf that to me is one that concerns me a bit by the time we get him up to that 16 or 1700 pound range, how well he's going to be able to conduct himself. Young lady's calf coming next, one that we really like from the profile standpoint, a calf that's adequate in his muscle, just simply overpowered in a really competitive class. I think one that'll go on and do just fine and be very profitable in a feedlot, just doesn't have the extra red meat and muscle we see at the top end. Pair of calves coming out to conclude the class. Again, just like we said before, larger frame calves that to me standing on this much length of cannon, they're going to be pretty sizable creatures here 8 or 9 months from now when we want to have them finished, and they're probably not going to have the extra fat that we need to go along with the muscle that they're giving up at the top of this class. But let's congratulate all those exhibitors on a nice job.
Class 8 is entering the ring, Class 9 is in the hole, and Class 10 is on... Class 9 is on deck, and Class 10 is in the hole. For 6th place, Bowden Galloway. 5th place, Carson Abott. 4th place, Kaylee Cook. 3rd place, Nicholas Lynch. 2nd place, Alyssa Markley. And first place, Tinley Cook.
It's making for a really fun morning for me, judging this type of quality and kind of cattle that we've been seeing just class after class with really competitive cattle from end to end. And this class certainly comes right to the top for me in terms of that competitiveness. Just a whale of a set of calves here all the way through. Our top three really close, and we could talk differences between these three and argue which way you want to line all three of them up all day long. To me, the most complete individual goes out in first, as he's just got that stockier look, a calf that's got more ruggedness of design, more added dimension through the center part of his skeleton, a calf that certainly has the most shape and dimension when we study his shape atop and the amount of muscle he's going to have in that loin. And as we project these guys on down the road, the size of that ribeye when they have their carcass hanging here 8, 9, 10 months from now, that's really going to determine the overall value. And I think that one really excels there, but really close amongst those top three, all of them adequate in that muscle, just slight differences there. And the more attractiveness pattern calf comes to me in second, and that's where he excels over that third place calf that's just a little bit plainer shouldered, a little bit off in the set from his hip down into his hock compared to the ones above him. Young lady's calf coming out next simply gets out-horsed in terms of power and mass and dimension, but a calf that also really complete. We study him from the side, a calf that's attractive pattern, really neat in his lines and in that profile, but just not enough of him. And that continues the story right on down the line of calves that are put together very well, just don't have as much to them. Really like the muscle shape from behind him, the young man leading out at the end of the arena now, but a calf that wants to slope from hooks to pins, gets just a little bit off in that top line and gives up a bit there in terms of the calf ahead of him. But that muscle advantage excels him over the young lady's calf that we conclude with. That's just going to take a little bit more width and dimension with this one to get him to move up. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice job.
Class 9 is entering the ring, Class 10 is on deck, and Class 11 is in the hole. 6th place is Kaylee Owens. 5th place, Caden Bassline. 4th place, Riley Kane. 3rd place, Alison Cook. 2nd place, Kaylee Cook. And 1st place, Taylor Rail.
once again, really competitive, especially up here on the top end amongst those top three, again, just like our last class. And just like the story I just told, simply going to use the most complete animal that I see walking out in first. This young lady's calf combines muscle with spring of rib, with depth and dimension through the center part of that body. Like one that shows me more evidence of fleshing. I think a calf that's going to lay on some exterior fat a little easier than the two coming right behind it. A little closer for me between second and third, we've got calves that both have a tremendous amount of muscle when we study them shaped from behind. The calf that goes out in second has an advantage in that loin. He's just wider, has more depth to that loin muscle. A calf that's more open in that chest floor shows me just a bit more in terms of total volume and capacity. A calf that goes out and moves with just a little bit more substance as well as style when we view him from the side. But a really good individual in third here as well. We need to appreciate for that muscle that he carries. A calf that we really like in terms of his moderation of size, just not quite that extra base width that we see in either first or second. Young lady's calf that comes next, one that's just a bit plainer when we view him from the side. Gets a little bit flatter ribbed, a little bit flatter in that shoulder, doesn't have the expression of muscle we see in those ones walking out right ahead of her, but a calf that excels the rest of the class in terms of dimension when we study this calf from behind, and has an advantage there over these two that we're going to conclude with that just simply get to be a little bit higher in their profile, and calves that don't have that width of quarter or that dimension of loin that we need to see coming along with that extra frame. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice class.
Class 10 is entering the ring. Class 11 is on deck. And all first and second place winners is in the hole. Both Class 10s enter the ring.
Well, this is one of the first classes where muscle is actually going to be my true deciding factor. Most of the time we get calves moved towards the front that are all adequate or heavier muscled in the class, and then you sort them on differences thereafter. To me, this one lines right up on muscle. We've got 3 calves that are complete in their makeup, calves that have rib shape, calves that have good dimension through that lower 1/3 and have plenty of fill to them. But the one that's going to win this class gives up a bit in terms of that lower 1/3 dimension. However, he excels in muscle. Quite easily the widest in the center part of that quarter, quite easily the widest over his top, showing me the most depth of loin as well, and that's where we get him to the top. The calf that comes next, I like him really well from that expressiveness in terms of his shoulder on up into the top, just not quite as much natural width there. A calf that I like, though, better than our third place animal in terms of that look and dimension when we view him from the side. He's a little bit better in his lines, a calf that opens up with a bit more chest floor to me than the one that comes next. Just a little bit narrower in that skeleton, a calf that reads with some good true muscle shape, just not the extra width in his overall body type and kind versus those top 2 walking out ahead of him. What a really nice individual as well. Young lady's calf that comes next. Here's the pretty one. We just take a picture standing still from that side profile. He's probably going to win the class. But we get behind him and start to study him for his true shape. He's just flatter in that overall design. Doesn't have quite as much natural dimension. Isn't going to have and be an animal that ends up with as much red meat and cutability to him when we get to that logical end point several months from now. Same thing can be said of our young lady's calf coming next. Does an excellent job presenting this guy. Really attractive and up-headed, really nicely patterned calf. One to me that just gets a bit shallower in his overall makeup. I'd like to drop him in that center part of that rib cage, soften him up in his flank, give him just a little bit more stoutness, a feature to move him up. We conclude then with a pair of calves that to me just not quite the moderation in frame. Calves that are adequately muscled, but when we project them on down the road, they're ones that are going to have a little bit more of a struggle trying to lay that fat cover down and get to that end point in a quicker, more profitable manner. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice job.
Class 11 is entering the ring. All first and second place class winners is on deck. 7th place, Dylan Franz. 6th place, Miley Shackle. 5th place, Reagan Hall. 4th place, Nicole Beveridge. 3rd place, Carson Cook. 2nd place, Allison Cook. And 1st place, Sophia Neese.
really a muscular individual to come to the top of this class. A calf that, to me, I'd like to change him just in the way that he pulls himself together as we put him in motion. And even when we stand him still, I'd like to just pull him together in that top line, square him up in his rump just a bit. But we really want to look for one that has true meat animal shape and natural muscling. We haven't seen much more than what we've got packed onto the skeleton right here. This guy quite easily excels the class in that muscle realm. He's also big and bold through the rear portion of that rib cage, a calf that's got plenty of width of base and dimension to that chest floor, and one that should just take to feed and do really well. We've got a pretty similar made calf here in second, just not quite as much of him in every one of those dimensions. Not quite the extra boldness of rib, not quite the extra dimension when we look at him from stifle to stifle, not quite the extra shape at top. But to me, the next most complete individual in this class that really has an advantage over our next pair of calves, who are very similar in their makeup. They're adequate in their muscle. They're calves that are really attractive, up-headed, and neat in their lines. Really like them from a structure standpoint, but calves that just simply don't have enough three-dimensional makeup to them. The young lady's calf that goes out in third has an advantage in terms of lower quarter, just a bit more dimension to that loin muscle, but individuals that I'd certainly like to just open up in their entire skeleton. Then we conclude with the calf that, to me, just isn't put together quite as well from a balance standpoint. A calf that, again, is adequate in that muscle mass. A calf that's got some rib shape. He's really rugged in his design, but I need to see more depth of body with that. I need to see a little bit more correctness of feature all the way through to balance him up from end to end to get him to move up today. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice job.
For all first place winners in the ring, second place on deck, third place in the hole. Fifth place, Nicole Beveridge. Fourth place, Reese Cook. Third place, Nicole Cook. Second place, Joseph Kohler. First place, Julia Sickmiller. After the top 8 have been selected, there will be pictures with a judge, then a 5-minute break. And then we will start on beef feeders.
Well, first off, my apologies to all the young men that were exhibiting dairy feeder calves today. Apparently, I overlooked every one of you in each class. And 11 young ladies out here able to compete for champion. But to me, that's just because they brought the best calves and the most complete that fit the ideal for what I think we need for the industry today. A lot of times an often overlooked project, and I know sometimes even hard to find judges by the amount of phone calls that I get around the state to judge these things, because some guys in the beef industry just don't see a natural fit for these, don't like to deal with them, just want to stick to their beef genetics. But when almost half of the cattle in the state on feed for consumer consumption are Holsteins, we certainly need to pay attention to that and make the best use that we can out of them. So very, very viable project, and I'm really excited to see this many kids come out and bring this quality of cattle here today. As you heard me mention in classes, we're looking for the one that's got that beef build to it, an animal that comes to us with a three-dimensional makeup. We've got to have, first and foremost, a good amount of muscle, because when these guys meet their ultimate endpoint several months from now, they're going to be judged on the rail by the industry, and what they open up in terms of muscle inside of that carcass is really going to tell the story and the value that they have back to that producer sending them on down the road. So we've got to have that muscle, but at the same time, we want to have calves that have some fill and some capacity and some depth of body, because that's what helps them to be able to be efficient and get to that end point quickly and in a profitable manner. And I think we've got that in all the calves out here that represent their individual classes. Really happy with the way this lineup looks in terms of what they have to offer from that standpoint. And then finally, when we sort all through all those things and have a bunch of calves out here like we do that are adequate in their muscle, that are adequate in that rib shape and dimension, we're going to look for the ones that just simply combine all those traits, come to us with stoutness of feature, calves that have neatness in their lines, good structured, not a huge difference in structure in any one of them out here, but there's some subtle differences that might make a difference in the placing here as we go on down through your top 8. I won't describe each one of these class winners to you again. We talked through them all in their class. Let's just join me in congratulating all the dairy feeder exhibitors on a tremendous high-quality show here today. And I will go out, and with today's crazy, stupid world, I can't shake the hands of the exhibitors anymore, so we will congratulate those individuals with a slap on that calf and just move right on down your line. I won't talk each individual one, but just a tremendous set from end to end. I'll go show you the 8 that I like the best, and please be patient as we do pull in second and maybe even third place calves from classes if necessary to find your true top 8 here. One more time, let's congratulate these kids on a tremendous show.
The champions are getting pictures with the judge. Then we're going to have a 5-minute break and we'll go right into the beef feeder show. The beef feeder calf show will start at noon. First call, non-sale class number 1.
I need class 1 on deck, please. And just a quick reminder, please do not sit on the blue lines.
Start off our beef feeder calf show with our underweight class here, the ones that didn't quite make the cut in terms of the minimum weight requirements, but not to take away from a good set of calves. To me, the most complete one in the class that the young lady leads out with here really comes to us a stylish package, a calf that's got plenty of meat and muscle in it, a calf that's put together very well from a balance standpoint, really strong and extended up through that front end, shows me plenty of shape, squareness of rump, calf that's got an advantage over the second place calf in terms of that openness of chest, dimension of heart girth and forerib there, and that's where that one gives up just a little bit. But another one that I really like the muscle and the attractiveness of, I'll also like to just open that one up in his base width. But those two really excel the class in terms of that three-dimensional makeup and completeness of overall design. Young lady's calf that comes third, just like to stouten him up all the way through. Kind of a fault-free individual to fall up here into third. Just need to see more of him to compete at the top end. Young lady's red calf that comes next, just a bit flatter-sided comparison to the one out ahead of him. Would like to see just a little bit more spring and dimension from that forerib right on back, but a calf that's pretty complete in its overall design. In terms of structural integrity, one that gets out and goes just fine for me too. Young man's darker colored calf that comes next, just a little bit frail in that overall makeup. Just like to see more stoutness of bone and then bring with it that added muscle that we could put onto it to get him to move up. But an individual that should go on and feed very well. Young lady's calf we conclude with, to me, another one just a bit flatter sided, plainer featured, doesn't have the extra dimension that we see in those calves going out at the top end of the class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice job with their entries.
Class 1 is now entering the ring. Class 2, you are on deck. And first call for Class 3, you are in the hole.
Places for the non-sale class are as followed. In 6th place, Emma Amer. In 5th place, Austin Hendricks. In 4th place, Olivia Amer. In 3rd place, Jessica Brown. In 2nd place, Sam Yanni. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Morgan Amer.
really a neat made, complete type individual to start off the top end of this class, and this calf comes to me in first pretty handily. Just an individual that we really appreciate for the overall design of this calf. This young lady's steer calf has a tremendous amount of meat and muscle. He blends in just right, though, in terms of the right conformation in that hip, one that we maybe could loosen up just ever so slightly in that rear stride, but a calf that travels well enough for me. We blend that right up on into that front shoulder, plenty of dimension of forerib, a calf that's got stoutness of feature, I think quite easily comes to the top. The second place individual, just a fault-free calf that comes in there pretty easily into the second spot for me. We really like the deepness we see from the side, calf that's got a bunch of dimension through that center part of his body, one that's not quite as stout in his overall feature as our class winner, but a really complete type of a calf. When that young man gets him set, really can compete. Young lady's calf that comes in third has all the same composition as those top two, just not quite as deep from the side. That may come with time, but here today, this calf just doesn't show me quite as much body, quite as much evidence of fleshing ability and ease of growth because of that shallowness that we see from flank to flank there. Young man's heifer that comes next, if you're looking for one simply based on muscle, here's your individual. But to me, just not quite as useful to the industry when we pack this much into them and make them tight and round and coarse in their overall design. I don't see a lot of grow left in this heifer. I think she's going to be finished out at a pretty lightweight and a pretty moderate size, a little more so than what we could actually utilize here today. The pair of calves that we conclude the class with have a little bit more size and scale to them and more growth in future, but to me, just not quite as much to them. We need to open them up in their skeleton, give them more base width, give them some more meat and muscle to go along with that to be able to compete. But a really nice start to your show. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice job.
Placings for Class 1 go as follows. In 6th place, Owen Googold. In 5th place, Brady Googold. In 4th place, Logan Hockenberry. In 3rd place, Carson Blust. In 2nd place, Mason Googold. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Cami Gowitzka.
Class 2 is now entering the ring. Class 3, you are on deck, and Class 4, you are in the hole.
Really a good pair of steer calves here on the top of this class. Very competitive between the two of them. The young man's calf that I'm going to win the class with, to me, does so because he's fault-free. Doesn't necessarily overpower or excel in any other dimension, but when we set him in motion, this calf gets out and tracks truer with more authority in his stride. A calf that comes together and balances up better from end to end. Standing still, does this one take a prettier picture and really catch your attention from the eye? Absolutely. Does he have a little more stoutness of feature, more circumference of bone, just a tick more hip in him? Absolutely. We put him in motion though. This is the calf that wants to toe out on the front end, gets a little bit bolder in the shoulder, a calf that just doesn't track as true out of that hip and off of those rear wheels, and that may lead him to a little bit harder time competing at the top end of the class by the time he comes back as a finished steer. But a really good pair at the top end. Young lady's heifer that comes next, I like this one quite a bit as well in all those same regards in terms of that muscle dimension, in terms of that skeletal makeup. I just like to change the skeletal design in terms of the way that one tracks as well. Just a little bit short and quick in that stride. And that just tells me we're wound up a little bit too tight in that hip on down into the hock. And I think on down the road, same type of thing as we talked about with our second place animal. The young man's white calf that comes next, a little bit more fault-free in terms of that skeletal design, but one to me that just doesn't quite have as much to it, not quite as much base width, not quite as much stoutness and ruggedness of feature as the young lady's calf going right ahead of him. Young man's calf that comes next, another heifer that just needs to be widened up and opened up in her skeleton. I'd like to see some more base width, some more dimension of chest floor, and just open that one up all the way through to get her to move up. But she does excel, the young lady's calf that we conclude the class with, in terms of that overall volume and capacity, as well as muscle mass when we analyze them from that rear view. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on another good class.
Placings for Class 2 are as followed. In 5th place, in 6th place, London Hartman. In 5th place, Graham Maglet. In 4th place, William Flaherty. In 3rd place, Emery Van Dyne. In 2nd place, Brooklyn Gwirtz. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Briar Wendling.
Class 3 is now entering the ring. Class 4, you are on deck, and Class 5, you are in the hole.
really a competitive class from one end to the other here. Young man's heifer that we're going to start the class with, just like I said in the last class, simply the most complete one. All these heifers here at the top couple heifers and the steer right behind them, the top three, all certainly more than adequate in muscle mass and dimension. They've got plenty of body and fill. This calf, to me, puts the best combination of those traits together, gets out and goes the most correctly for me, the one that's the most correct in terms of its size and stature and where it's at in its growth curve in relation to depth of body and evidence of fat. The young man steer that comes in second, to me, just a little bit shorter fronted, a little bit plainer featured, not quite the extra width of base, and doesn't track quite as well as that heifer going out right ahead. The young man's black and white calf that comes next, to me, just a little bit too much in moderation. I'd like to see just a little bit more length of cannon, a little more extra growability to this calf, because as deep-sided as he is and as much fill as we have here today, I think this one's on a pretty advanced growth curve in terms of where we're going to see fat deposition, and we're going to get bolder and wider in that shoulder on down the road. The calves we complete with, then, to me, calves that just don't have quite as much natural base width, not as much natural dimension in terms of muscle mass. Calves also, like the young lady's calf that went out next, just a little bit off in terms of hip structure and design, not quite as good in terms of their fluid movement as the ones going out near the top of the class as well. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice job.
Placings for Class 3 are as followed. In 6th place, Devin McGugan. In 5th place, Summer Davis. In 4th place, Maddie Perkins. In 3rd place, Trenton Braska. In 2nd place, Connor Knapp. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Kyler Collins.
Class 4 is now entering the ring. Class 5, you are on deck. And in Class 6, you are in the hole.
Really a close placing here on the top end on two different types of animals. And the future of these calves can certainly be determined by the exhibitors and where they want to go with them. The young man's heifer could certainly go on and do very well in breeding shows, but we're judging him as a feeder calf here today with that intent of going on down the road as a market animal. And with that regard, the young lady's calf to me has an advantage. Just a little more complete in terms of overall three-dimensional aspects of body and shape, muscle design. We've just got a little bit more to that one here today. Young man's heifer, I like a lot of things about. She's really neat and extended up through that front 1/3. She's really straight in her lines and pretty in her profile. She just doesn't come to me quite as soft in her overall makeup. That may come with time, but a heifer to me that's just a little bit tight and wound when we get her out and put her in motion as well. Not as free and flexible as that calf that wins the class. Young lady's calf that comes next, one that kind of falls into that third spot just by being a fault-free. Can't really find a big hole in this one, but there's simply not as much to this calf as the two going out ahead of her. A little bit plainer featured calf that doesn't grab your attention quite as much from a balance standpoint from end to end, not as long and clean up through that front end, but a really nice individual. Young man's calf that comes next, we certainly appreciate the muscle mass, but here's one that gets really bold up through that front end. This calf, I think, when he starts pushing fat at a little bit quicker rate, probably is going to have a hard time holding that front end together, but he certainly excels over the Hereford appearing calf in terms of natural shape and dimension. Hereford calf gives up a little bit there to our young lady that concludes the class, but to me has an advantage in structural integrity as this calf that we conclude with simply too straight off of both ends. I need to redesign that slope to the shoulder. I need to give some more flexibility from that hip right on down into the hock to be able to put this one up any higher. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice job.
Class 4 placings are as followed. In 6th place, Emma Procker. 5th place, Jacob Eckelbarger. 4th place, Micah Shackle. 3rd place, Brooklyn Blust. 2nd place, Trenton Braska. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Brooklyn Gwertz.
Class 5 is now entering the ring. Class 6, you are on deck, and Class 7, you are in the hole.
another really powerful class in terms of competition, especially up here on this, the top three really out here. The young lady steer that I'm going to start with, really the fault-free one of those three. To me, we really need to appreciate the completeness of package on all of them. But when we combine all the traits that we're looking for in terms of muscle, in terms of correctness of rib shape, dimension, how that opens up into their chest floor, but yet keep that shoulder refined, keep that head and neck extended out through the front end, keep that hip design in flexible enough for me. The young lady steer quite easily comes to the top. I like a lot of things about this calf. Standing still takes her an excellent picture in that side profile. We don't have quite as much natural curvature through that rib cage, and this one gets to sloping just a little bit from hooks to pins, and that just takes away from him just enough to put him down here in the second spot. But a really square-made, attractive designed individual that we really need to appreciate a lot of things about. The young man's heifer that's going to come third, to me, really competitive between those second and third individuals. We've got that extra curvature of rib, that extra depth and openness at chest floor in the heifer versus the steer that goes in second. But to me, this one's just almost too much moderation. She's starting to push some fat separation up in those shoulder blades. She's just a little advanced in that growth curve for me. If she was just a frame score bigger and had a touch more length of cannon, I could see moving that heifer up. But to me, she's going to run out of steam and probably finish out at a pretty moderate size. Young lady's calf that comes next, one that just kind of falls in here amongst these bottom three, that to me is the most fault-free of those and has the most substance as well. We study him through the center part of the quarter. That one completely has an advantage over the next two coming at us. Young man's smoke-colored calf just doesn't have as much base width. I'd really need to open this one up in our overall design just to give it a little more natural thickness all the way through. Same thing can be said about the young man's baldy that we conclude with. A fault-free calf that gets out and moves very well, has some depth of body, just doesn't have that extra width and dimension that we need to see today. Let's congratulate them on a nice job in this class.
Your placings for Class 5. In 6th place is Jacob Eckelbarger. In 5th place is William Flaherty. In 4th place is Jillian Maglot. In 3rd is Brock Gosser. In 2nd is Kate Gowitzka. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Savannah Harriman.
Hey everybody, I just want to make another announcement. I made one during the dairy class show as well. I know we got a lot of restrictions here regarding the face mask and social distancing. We do ask that, you know, if your family, if your kid is shown, grandkid is shown, and there's, we need to make some space, please step out for a little bit until make space for the immediate family for who's showing. Appreciate it. Again, keep your mask on when you're inside the building. Thank you.
Class 6 is now entering the ring. Class 7, you are on deck. And Class 8, you are in the hole.
Certainly an interesting class. It's always more fun to judge classes of really competitive good ones all the way down than it is trying to have to struggle to find the good ones to get to the top. And that's certainly the case here, just really competitive from one end to the other. And you could find a lot of different judges and breeders that would line up a lot of things differently in this class. To me, we need to place our priorities when we get a class like this on finding the most functional, useful cattle for the industry. Yes, we're in the show ring. We're trying to make them pretty, fancy. A lot of times we get caught up in the moment of trying to get so much muscle bred into them, and I think that's where we get a little bit of a roadblock in this class, and I'll explain when I get to those two calves and talk about them. But we simply have the fault-free one to start the class with. The young man's steer calf has enough meat and muscle to him, has enough base width, has enough spring and depth of rib, and shows me the evidence of grow and proper growth curve that I think is going to be a really complete, very competitive one down the road. Young man's black heifer that comes next simply follows suit the most closely to our class winner, an individual that I think fed well enough and with the right management can excel in either a market class ring or in a breeding heifer ring. She's got a lot of substance to her, another fault-free individual. Young man's smoke-colored heifer, same broken record right on down the line. Really fault-free individual that really can excel in a breeding class as well. There's just not as much of this one. She's not quite as open and true in that dimension down low in her base width, but from a breeding female standpoint, she's certainly got enough there if the young man wants to take her that direction. However, in a feeder calf class today, I do use her over these two really heavy muscled calves that are going to come next. The young lady smoke calf has an advantage out of this pair just because this one's more fluid and flexible and he blends together from end to end a little bit better. But I do think we're really pushing the extreme in how wide we can make one and how much muscle we can put on them. And I question whether this calf can hold together structurally and be able to move sound enough by the time he gets to a natural market weight. But really admire that shape and dimension. And he has that advantage over our next calf in terms of blending from that shoulder into the forerib right on back. This black and white calf, to me, a little more boldly made out through the front of the point of that shoulder. A calf that's just a little bit shorter fronted when we look at him from the top of the shoulder on back. A calf that's standing on even less length of cannon. I just don't think there's as much grow and as much usefulness. If we're going to look at a feedlot full of animals, this one's not probably going to succeed quite as well as those above him in the class today. Young lady's calf that we conclude with just gives up too much in terms of overall substance. A calf just needs to be wider based and more boldly sprung throughout to be able to move up. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice class.
Placings for Class 6 are as followed. In 6th place, Courtney Stiving. In 5th place, Kinsley Van Dyne. In 4th place, Audra Music. In 3rd place, Ridge Wendling. In 2nd place, Colton Montgomery. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Hayden Harriman.
Class 7 is now entering the ring. Class 8, you are on deck, and Class 9, you are in the hole.
I said it a few other classes, but once again, just a heck of a competitive set from one end to the other. Extremely close, as you can tell by my extra analysis here on this top pair. Young ladies red steer, to me, just a notch more to this guy. Just a little bit extra base width on him. Just a little bit more refinement and correctness of blend from that forerib into the shape and the set to the shoulder, right on up into the head and neck. Young man's heifer don't want to take anything away from her. We've got a really competitive individual, no matter what direction he wants to go with her in the future. But to me, like we said, just not quite as refined in that shoulder. Has just a little bit more pinched in that heart. I don't see quite as much natural base width from stifle to stifle when we get behind them. And then when we set them in motion, I think we just have a little bit more flexibility, more fluid stride on that red steer that goes out at the top of the class. Young man's mouse-colored heifer that comes next, another really complete individual. We need to appreciate her for her correctness of design. A lot of those things I talked about in that red steer, but I put her below the black heifer as I just don't think there's quite as much of her. She doesn't have quite as much natural depth when we view her from the side. She's got a little bit more grow to her, yes, but not quite as much there. A heifer that doesn't track quite as true for me off of those rear wheels when you watch her go. Young lady steer that comes next, I give her an advantage over the black steer right behind her, just on correctness of design and pattern. We've got a little bit more grow, a little bit more correctness of frame and size and stature in that smoke-colored calf. To me, that's going to excel if we put them into a feedlot situation over this guy here. This black calf, to me, just a little bit too quick in his stride, a little bit too quick and advanced in his maturity pattern here today, starting to push some shoulder blade fat already at this young age and size. I think we need to have just a little bit more grow to make him more functional. Then we conclude with the young lady's Hereford heifer that, to me, just doesn't have the size and scale in terms of three-dimensional aspects. Need to open this one up in its skeletal design and put the correct meat and muscle along with that. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a very nice class.
Placings for Class 7 are as followed. In 6th place, Chloe Salter. In 5th place, Taylor Dilly. In 4th place, Brooklyn Blust. In 3rd place, Stetson Wendling. In 2nd place, Michael Adkins. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Audie Albert.
Class 8 is now entering the ring. Class 9, you are on deck. And Class 10, you are in the hole.
Well, as you can tell, I really like this top pair quite a bit, and it's really neat showing the heifers with the steers. As I've mentioned several times, depending on what we're going to do with the future of these heifers of breeding versus market, you could plan some things different. But we're in a feeder calf show today, so I'm going to judge them as if we're sending them down that market direction. And that's where the young man steer just gets an advantage to me. Just a ever so slight edge in terms of overall depth and spring of rib, calf that's got more dimension and volume through that center 1/3, holds together and blends very well up through that front end. Not as nicely and attractive as the second place heifer does, but certainly does that very adequate for me. A calf that's got plenty of base width, puts things together on a really nice complete package. It overpowers the heifer just a bit in terms of squareness when we look at them from that rear view, dimension over the top as well. Really attractive pattern heifer. I'm studying and studying, trying to put a hole in her, and I can't find one. Just a really fault-free individual to come in second. If I could just open her up in her skeletal design just a notch, give her just a bit more in terms of spring and curvature through that rear rib, you could talk about putting her right up on top of the class here today. What a really nice individual. The young man's got a lot of options and flexibility in terms of how he wants to show her and use her in the future. The young lady's heifer that comes next has just a bit of an advantage probably in squareness and in terms of width right through the center part of the quarter versus the heifer going out ahead of her. But to me, this one's just a little more tightly made, a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite as much natural dimension. She's a little bit flatter ribbed, not quite as open in that chest floor, not as much overall volume to her, but another nice individual to fall in third. Young lady's heifer that comes next, really appreciate again for that squareness of rump. This one's more ruggedly designed, and but along with that, more coarsely made than the two heifers going out right in front of her. She doesn't travel near as well for me when we get her out and put her in motion as well. Young man's heifer that comes next gives up just a little bit in terms of overall stoutness to that one going out right ahead of it, but certainly adequate in that realm. Just a heifer that runs into a roadblock of a really competitive class with some good animals. Young man smoke-colored steer that comes next. We've talked about this before here today. Sometimes we can get too much of a good thing, and I think we've just simply bred too much muscle into this one. He's just too round and too coarse in that shape. An individual that's going to have a hard time holding himself together from a structural standpoint by the time he gets to a logical endpoint. Yet he overpowers enough on the young lady's calf that we're going to conclude with. Just need to see simply more of this one from both a width and a depth standpoint. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a very nice class.
Class 8 placings are as followed. In 7th place, Amber Arnold. In 6th place, Logan Harriman. In 5th place, Colton Montgomery. In 4th place, Nicole Cook. In 3rd place, Carmen DeVito. In 2nd place, Braden Boyer. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Ridge Wendling. Class 9 is entering the ring. Class 10, you're on deck. Final drive will be after class 10, so 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places in class, be prepared to come up to the holding arena.
really a powerfully constructed individual here on the top end of this class, and that's where he excels, our second place calf. I like both of these individuals really well. We simply have more power, more mass, more ruggedness of design, more stoutness of feature in this young man's calf that we're going to lead off with, yet he puts everything together when we set him in motion, and he blends very well all the way through, very nicely balanced from end to end. Nice job by the young man. Young lady's calf that comes second, really appreciate everything about this one as well. Attractiveness of feature, calf that doesn't open up with quite as much chest floor, not as much forerib to him, a calf that wants to drop just a bit from hooks to pins. That takes away from that balance and that extra eye appeal from the side, but still a very nice individual coming out in second. Has an advantage over the third place calf just in correctness of feature. This one, to me, getting just a little bit too stout in his makeup because it's pushed up to that front end. We've just got too bold of a shoulder, too much ruggedness in design, but a calf that'll still go on and feed very well, a calf that I think is structurally sound enough that we don't need to worry about him from that standpoint, just outhorsed by two very complete individuals. Back to that roundness and tightness and muscle pattern in our fourth place calf that to me just needs to be a little longer and smoother in that design, as well as drop this one in his rear flank. Just doesn't balance as nicely from end to end with that true meat animal shape when we view him from the side. Young lady's red heifer that comes next, kind of a fault-free individual from a structure standpoint. She's adequate in muscle. She's adequate in rib design. Just doesn't come to us with as much of her as the calf going out right ahead of her. Same thing about the young lady's black calf that comes next. Just not enough in terms of base width, in terms of width of skeleton, and natural muscling throughout. And then we conclude with a calf in that same regard, but this one to me doesn't balance up as well either. This one wants to get off on its top, just doesn't want to get out and track true and freely when we view her in motion. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice class.
Class 9 placings are as followed. In 7th place, Michaela Crawford. 6th place, Allison Arnold. 5th place, Anissa Gosser. 4th place, Camden Sutherland. 3rd place, Charlie Schaub. 2nd place, Claire Howell. And 1st place, and congratulations to Quentin Albert. Class 10 is in the ring, and final drive will be in the hole.
really a close placing, as you can obviously tell with my analysis here, and two different types of individuals that are both going to take the right type of management, and both can be ultra competitive next summer right back here in the same ring. To me, I'm going to use the young ladies calf that to me is just a little bit more near 12 o'clock today in terms of overall readiness for the show ring. Both these individuals have plenty of fill. They've got plenty of body to them. They both have plenty of muscle. The young ladies calf, obviously, just a little bit thicker through the center part of that quarter, shows a little more turn to that stifle. Both of them have tremendous amount of width up over that top. But to me, the young lady's calf just more complete in its overall balance from end to end. The young man's calf wants to get up in that tail head and just come out of that hip just a little bit differently for me. I think he's certainly going to be fine down the road structurally. That's not a major issue. It's just a minute point between two individuals that I really like a lot. Just not also quite as much stoutness of feature when we look at them from stifle to stifle as we watch them walk away. But two really nice animals here at the top end of this class. Young ladies calf that comes next, just a little bit more conventionally designed, plainer featured individual. We like this one from that muscle standpoint. He's got plenty of rib shape as well. Just two ultra competitive, really cool made calves going out right ahead of him. Young man's calf that comes next, the black and white one, to me, has an advantage over the black calf while using fifth just in terms of stoutness of feature and overall muscle mass. I like the design and the attractiveness of that fifth place calf. There's just not as much to him. We need to open him up in his skeleton, give him some more base width all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a really nice class.
Placings for Class 10 are as followed. In 5th place, Charlie Shaw. In 4th place, Jaden Sickmiller. In 3rd place, Taylor Dilly. In 2nd place, Grady Schroeder. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Olivia Fiddler.
Final drive is coming into the ring right now. All 2nd and 3rd place class winners be on standby.
Well, I'm not wearing a hat, but hats off, fist bump, handshake that we're not allowed to do, whatever you want to say. Congratulations to all those responsible for getting this final drive out here, from breeders to exhibitors, parents, sellers that are helping coach these kids and figure things out. Not only a great set of showmen, but just a tremendous group of cattle. Really fun and pleasurable. You heard me say a couple times in classes, it's always more fun and easier to sort good stock than it is bad ones, trying to find a reason to use one at the top of a class. And that wasn't the case at all today. It was a case of making sure that I analyzed them correctly and put the one that I think is the most deserving up at the top of each class. The kids have just done a tremendous job. And just like I said in the dairy feeder class, I won't go through and describe each individual to you again. Those of you that know and follow the industry and understand things a little bit can tell what kind of cattle I like and what I think is useful to the industry. Yeah, we're out here in a show ring, so we're trying to make them fancy and pretty, and spending a lot of time and money building hair and being able to carve the shape that we want to into these guys. But when it comes down to it, to me, I can sort through that and I can still find useful type of cattle, and that's exactly what we have. They've got to have enough muscle, they've got to have enough body, but they have to be sound as well. Without structural integrity, we have to build a foundation and work our way up from there. Without that, we're really getting behind in the industry, so we've got to keep that in mind. Even though most of these are going to be terminal projects, their genetics are in the gene pool, and they've got siblings out there in production, and we want to continue to grow and make the right kind. And then along with that, the ultimate goal is to get these guys on somebody's dinner plate for the consumer. So we've got to have what's desirable there and what's useful to the packer industry as well. I think every one of these fits that mold. It's going to come down to preference of me just finding the one that puts the best combination of those things together. I think there's one that stands out really well to me here in this lineup that does all that with an ultra cool package, and that's what it's going to come down to now. Now we can really build in that show ring finesse and style, because we've got heavy muscled calves that are properly made. We've got calves with the right amount of body at the right point in their growth curve. I'm going to go find the one that suits me the best here today. I'll slap those individuals all the way down to your top 8, but let's put your hands together for a really outstanding show for all of these kids. Congratulations.
Your grand champion market beef feeder, shown by Quentin Albert. Your reserve champion market beef feeder is shown by Aldi Albert. Your third overall beef feeder is Cami Gowitzka. Your fourth overall beef feeder is shown by Savannah Harriman. Fifth place overall beef feeder goes to Ridge Wendling. Your sixth overall beef feeder goes to Michael Adkins. Seventh place overall beef feeder, Braden Boyer. place champion goes to Hayden Harriman.